Hello again everyone, Michael here and welcome back to the channel. Good afternoon, it is the 17th of February 2024 and commencing with part 10 of the 172 rebuild. When we had finished off last night, we'd gotten the co-pilot door all measured out, cut, installed. Everything went relatively well. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to do much streaming earlier today, but I did, however, manage to duplicate that same process on the pilot side. So the co-pilot door and pilot side door are in fact complete, ready to go. We have the same type of specification on the pilot side as we do the co-pilot side. Same height, same specification. Just essentially duplicated what we did last night. So now that that is done and out of the way, the doors are installed, the windows are installed, I would like to go ahead and move along to the roof. I want to get that roof tied in. That's going to, keep these walls nice and square and steady. But doing some measurements, I'm going to have to extend the roof. What I have here, this here is the original roofing. And because I extended the cabin about a foot, the roof is going to need to be extended about a foot as well. Width is still going to be the same, so we're still going to be able to use these crossbars. But the longitudinal bars would essentially need to be longer to accommodate the full length of the roof of our fuselage here. But my idea, I'm going to set this back up in place for now. Okay. And then we'll grab this camera. So my roof currently ends right here. It needs to come out to here. So I could essentially replace the longitudinal bars that go along the top with longer ones to bring that all the way out. But I think to just save some material, I'm just going to fasten this roof in where it's at, and then we'll measure and cut some shorter boards to finish it off and put a cross board in. So essentially the roof would be constructed of two separate pieces, if that makes sense. Because for me to actually extend the longitudinal bars, I would need to use 6-foot boards. And while I have them, I don't want to have to use them if I don't have to use them. So, I think that's what I'm going to do. Because then I'll just be able to repurpose this entire, reuse this whole roof assembly here. I think that's going to be the plan. Because then I would just need to get a bar to go across this back corner, which I may even use a 2x4 because that will effectively tie in the vertical and the longitudinal together if I use a 2x4 as the backboard. I think we'll do that. Oh, okay. So that being said, I don't see any reason why I can't just go ahead and secure this roof down into place where it's at. I think we'll be able to do that. And as usual, I'm going to go ahead and use clamps to help clamp and hold the roof. I guess we can start over on this side since the camera is already pointed this direction. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to open the door. We'll unwind these clamps. Okay. And I'll start at the front here. I'm going to go on the inside just so I don't get too close to that display. And make sure it's all the way forward up against our A-pillar. Okay, there's one. And we'll put another clamp back here. We'll loosen this up to allow it to pivot just a little bit. Another clamp back here to hold this in place. This is just going to help. The clamps help hold everything together. That way when you're screwing your boards together, it doesn't try to walk on you. Okay. I think that'll work. And we'll go 1, 2, 3 screws along the top here, and then we'll move over to the other side. I do want to thank you for coming in and hanging out for a little bit this evening, or this afternoon, today. I hope your Saturday is going well. Got a lot of stuff I want to try and get accomplished today. Feel free to stay as long or as short as you like. If you have any questions about the process along the way, please feel free to drop them into the chat, and I'll be sure to address them. One's going to get a shorter screw, that way we don't poke all the way through. The corner ones went down into our vertical support board, so there's plenty of material there. Okay. I'm going to move my clamp up to the middle now. Good afternoon, M. Stein. Making dinner. I guess it is about that time here in the East Coast. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. We are in the process of putting the roof frame on. And then the roof frame. We'll move along to the seats and get the butt kickers installed. I want to get the seat frame painted. I thought about wrapping it with vinyl, but I think I just want to paint it. Yeah, I'll probably just paint it black, at least for now, and then possibly wrap it with vinyl down the line, depending on how much vinyl material I have left over after we do everything else that needs to be covered with vinyl. Okay. Then same thing over here, I'm going to ensure that my roof is all the way flush with the front there. So I'm just making sure that my roof boards and my side walls are nice and square, and the clamps are helping to hold it in position. And we'll run a long screw down through each corner. Apparently my clamp was not tight enough. Okay, there's one. Make sure we're still square up front, and we are. And let's grab another long screw, 3-inch screw, and another 2-inch screw. The 2-inch screw is going to go in the middle because it's only has 3 inches of material. A 3-inch screw might barely protrude out the end. It's not something that I want. However, we can use the 3-inch screws at the corners because they are going down into our vertical support. I think that'll work out. And then we'll just have to essentially, I have no idea why this camera freezes every time I go to move it. It's like almost like it's got a short in the cord or something. It was only $20. I don't expect too much from it. Okay. So what I need to do now is get a total width. Should be 45 inches, and it is. Should be the same down here, and it is. Now, the winning question is whether or not I have a 2x4 that's about 45 inches. I do have one out there. Let me go grab it. I'm not sure how long it is. And I buy this stuff as I need it. I don't, it's not like I have a surplus of lumber. That would be nice. But let me go see what I have. Let's get it done. No, just a bit too short. Okay. Well, I suppose we'll let me go check another spot for another 2x4 that I might have, maybe. Doesn't look like I'm gonna have a 2x4. So I think we'll go ahead and use 2x2s, and we'll cut it long enough to come all the way to the end. And then possibly tie it in that way, because we got the, well, I think we're a little short for inside width. 1/4 inch short for inside width. Okay, so I am probably going to be sacrificing a 6-foot 2x2. First, we need to measure once I remember what I did with my tape measure. I do have Columbus approach, 270 degrees, around to 90 degrees going on the airband right now, so that's what you're listening to. It is nice to be able to pull that now that my airband antenna is up on the roof. It's not that, my community members give me any sort of bad ideas or anything. But no, it's really amazing because the overall height difference between where the antenna was before and where the antenna is now is really only 10 feet. But 10 feet got me a lot more additional reception. Alright, so we got 9.5 inches. 9.5 inches. So let me find the shortest 2x2s that I have that can cover those 9.5 inches. Describe a line. There's we'll just call this left. Got a little bit of material sticking up that's giving me an unsightly gap. So let me go get something to shave that down real quick. This multi-purpose tool has been real handy. Has a little saw blade on the front of it, and you can really just kind of help smooth and level things out. I want to take material off so that my bar, that other bar is actually sitting flush across both of them. It's only about a 1/16 of an inch, but enough to make a gap. That's much better. That'll work. Okay, let's scribe a line on this one. I just had that bloody pen. What did I do with that marking utensil? Okay. We'll scribe a line here. I'm going to take these out into the shop and rip these real quick, and I will be right back. We are going to spend some time out in the shop, and when that time comes, I'll move the camera out there. I'm not going to do it just yet, just to cut these 2 bullets. Okay, let's see, this is the pilot side, so this is co-pilot side, so that one's going to go there, and this one will end up going over here. Just like so. going to clamp it. Make sure it's square. I want to make sure it's square, and you know where the two, just that it feels nice and smooth, and that way we know everything's just even. And we'll go over here to the other side. And this one. Again, just kind of making sure it's all squared up. Hopefully everyone can hear me alright as I'm walking around the room. I do have the mic gain turned pretty much all the way up. Let's see. Impact. I'm starting to notice a little stress cracking on that side. So I think I'm going to drill a pilot hole down in, instead of just impacting the screws down in there. So let me go grab the drill. And then I'm just going to drill holes to help with the screw installation. I do want to take a couple minutes and give a thank you to a couple new follows got last night while we were offline. From Dino Riley 717, appreciate that new follow to the channel. And then Pilot 11223344. Welcome to the channel. Look forward to applying with you both as soon as we get everything put back together and built. Okay, 2 pilot holes over there. Let's get pilot hole here. I think I hit a screw. Yeah. I think I hit that screw there. Let's try over here. Alright, that feels good. Each back corner is going to get a 3-inch screw, which will be long enough to go down into the vertical board without protruding through. But each front corner is going to get a 2-inch screw because we're only going into 3 inches of material. One. Alright, let me sweep up these wood shavings real quick. Just from where I was drilling those pilot holes at. Okay. So we extended our roof. What I need to do now I guess we might have to reverse engineer this just a little bit. This here is my rooftop interior panel. This is actually the top side of it. This isn't the side that we see on the inside of the plane. This is, I guess, the back side. But this is the original one, and all this is 1/4 inch MDF. And what I did was, it's kind of got this cushiony thing material in here. It's called batting. It's like a white cottony stuff called batting, and I think it's actually with a T, B-A-T-T-I-N-G, batting. But it's just like some soft, mushy, cotton-like material, and all I did is I put it on here, and I squared it up, and I folded the edges over, and I stapled it this way with 1/4 inch staples. Our MDF is 1/4 inch, our staples are 1/4 inch, but with the vinyl, it's not protruding through the inside. So I'm hoping to be able to repurpose this for the roof. And if we look right here, these noticeable holes is where my original sun visors were. So this was width, and then this was length. Okay. And if I were to, well, let me take these clamps off of here. If I were to set this in front of this thing width-wise, with the original width, it would be plenty wide enough. I just don't think it's going to be long enough. You can measure that's about 46 inches front to back versus about 48 inches left to right. But if I were to measure my current frame, I have 45, well, I'm going on the inside, we go on the inside. So we're at about 42 inches width, but we need about 49 and a half lengthwise. But widthwise, we had 48. Okay. So what that would do, I think what I can do is just rotate this 90 degrees, like so. And if that's the case, okay, we're going on the inside. So we have enough width, and I actually think we might have enough length as well. Let me think here. Let me think. So our original width was 48. So 48 inches will bring me all the way back to the inside corner. Okay, 48 inches will bring me all the way back. And that camera stopped again. Dang it. 48 inches will bring me all the way back here. So I think this panel will work. Because I don't need to bring the roof, you know, all the way back to the very edge. Because we're going to have another display here. So I do believe that will in fact work. Yeah. Okay, great. So that's going to be the plan. And I'm just going to confirm this, which means I need to undo this clamp. I need to move this camera and it might drop out again, so I apologize. Oh, where can I put you for now? Alright. So, it's funny, really. M. Stein asked about the Navigator's logo that was on the back of the original Sim. And I still have that, and I do plan on putting this back on. And the backstory to this, okay, the backstory to this Navigator emblem. A buddy of mine gave this to me, but this is actually for a Lincoln Navigator SUV. It's the badging, it's the rear badging for the back of it. But he came up to fly with me one day, he brought this up, and he's like, I'm gonna be your Navigator. And he gave me this thing, and I was like, you know what, I got the perfect spot for that. So that's exactly what this is. This is off of, you know, it's the badging for a Lincoln Navigator. So it will go back on there in some fashion. I'm not sure how yet, but it is gonna go back on there. It's just one of those things that just kind of stick with you, and you feel kind of like, man, it feels weird without it, you know. So it's kind of followed across a couple different iterations over the years, and that's the story behind that. Thank you for asking, M. Stein. I enjoy bringing that story up. So, yeah. So let me set this up here, and I just want to confirm how far back it's actually going to come. Remember, it's going to get screwed in from the inside, but I just want to see. Okay. Yeah, so that will work. And as I was kind of hoping, it's coming right back. You know, it's our roof's terminating right at the inside roof. So this will work out just well. I'm just going to have to narrow it down some, because well, actually, let me bring it over. We're quite on the inside, because we're going in from the inside, so it needs to be inside with here. So yeah, and then we have about this much here to trim off. But the reason I wanted to set this up here, and let me just pull it back down now. want to be able to utilize some of these existing screw holes. That way I don't have blank, blank holes up there, or, can see those vacant indentation screw holes. So we'll probably have to make some adjustments to our crossbars to accommodate these original screw holes. Whereas before it was screwed, this was a lateral. In this new instance, it's now going to be longitudinal. And the side that I'm going to trim is the side with the holes that the visors were in. Because we're gonna see one side or the other. I'd rather see the side with less holes than the side with more holes, if that makes sense. So that's the plan, and what I'll do is I don't want to strip the whole thing down if I don't have to. So what I'll end up doing is we're just going to open it up enough to where we need to make our cut. Because that's going to keep everything else kind of lined up. And that's going to keep the holes in the vinyl, lined up with the existing holes that are in here. I don't want to disturb that if I don't have to. I mean, it might make a little bit of a mess on the vinyl with the cutting and everything. But I think that's how I want to do it. WestJet, hello my friend. That's fine. We'll be here for a while. Stay as long or as short as you like. No worries at all whatsoever. As always, I do appreciate anybody that takes a little bit of time out of their day to come in and hang out with me for a bit. So, not a problem. But I appreciate it. So yeah, let's do that. I still need to determine a final board to go in the back here. And yeah, I might go down in the basement and see if I have one. I'm not sure if I do. I can almost guarantee I don't. So yeah, we're just going to use another 2x2. That's just fine. But I do need to take a short break. Just for a couple moments. And I will be right back momentarily. Let's see if I can get this to show up. There it is. Alright, I'll be right back. let's go ahead and pull apart. Alright, let me go grab a flathead screwdriver. It's going to help remove some of these staples. And then we'll start pulling apart the edge that's going to need to be trimmed down. B Payne, welcome back. Currently working on your accelerated multi now. Outstanding. I hope you had a good evening and a good night since we talked yesterday. That's outstanding though. I'm glad to hear that. And then I'm just going to go through and just kind of pop these staples out of here. That's all I did was staple it in. Make sure these get in the trash can and not on the floor. It's the last thing I need to be for my dog to step in one of these. Yeah, we'll go one more. We want to remove enough to where we can peel back enough vinyl and batting material to make our cut and not, mess up the remaining vinyl and batting that's here. Okay, so that'll work on the sides, I think. Now Now I learned from last time that doing this, wrapping the vinyl around, take your inside measurement, but then subtract about 1/4 of an inch. Because as you're wrapping your vinyl around, that in and of itself is taking up some space. This vinyl is probably 1/16 of an inch thick. It just helps. That way you're not building your product slightly too wide. I did that and I ran into problems with my doors closing because the top of the doors were hitting the edges of the roof because it was slightly too wide. So I've learned that the material itself will take up some of that measurement. One, two. Then once we get this roof panel done, I'm hoping to move on. Well, before I do the door panels, I want to get the butt kickers installed and the seats bolted down before I do the door panels. But that is on the agenda for today as well. So we'll get this roof panel cut down and up. Then we'll transition to the seat and butt kickers. and final installation of that. Be paying with a gift subscription. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that gift subscription to the channel. And went to Chris H0184. Outstanding. Greatly appreciated, Be Paying. Okay. And then just to show you what this batting material is that I referred to. We'll also probably install the lights on the glare shield as well. So this is it. The best way I can describe it is just a, it's just a cottony type of material. It's not stuffing. It's not stuffing or anything. It doesn't come in a bag. It comes in a roll, and it's flat like this. But I guess the technical term, or the product material, is called batting. And I can almost guarantee it's with a T. It might be with a D, B-A-D-D, but I do think it's B-A-T-T. That staple out of there. And another subscription coming in. What is this hype train? Outstanding. Subscription from Nico Chow. Am I saying that right? Probably not. But thank you so much for that subscription to the channel as well. M. Stein cheered 100 bits. Awesome, my friend. Thank you so much. I know you've been a wonderful supporter of the channel. I do greatly appreciate it. Everything that I invest in the simulator does come out of pocket. Everything that any sort of revenue tips that the channel generates goes directly towards teen suicide prevention and awareness in honor of my daughter. So, as much as I would love to be able to give some of that back in gift cards and giveaways. I don't know how to do that per se, but B, there's a mental stigma that just needs to be addressed. So this is going to be our trimming edge. This is where we're going to make our cut. I'm just not sure entirely just yet where we're going to make this cut. We need to do some measurements that I'm going to actually need to write down so I don't forget it. I already measured it, but now I forget it already. I think we were 45 inches. $42 inches. Okay. So I'm going to want my new width to be probably 41.75-ish. Yeah. Or 41 7/8. Let's double check that. Check it in a couple different spots just to make sure we're square all the way front and back. Yep, okay. That will work. 42 inches. And what I'm going to do is measure that from we'll measure it from the finished edge, not the inside edge here. We're going to measure it from the finished edge. Okay. There's the measuring device. And got a pin. And 42. I did 41 and 7/8. And then what I'll do is we'll grab a T-square and we'll just run a line down. Yeah. Okay, so I think we're at a point where we need to take this out to the shop and rip it down. And then once we get it cut, then we'll pull the batting and vinyl up. We're going to have to trim some of that. I am going to save that because I don't know where I'm going to need it just yet. I know I'm going to need it somewhere. But let me go ahead and try and reposition the camera out there into the shop so that we can kind of so that you can kind of see what's going on. Okay. Let's see. Remove this. Remove this. Oops. Yeah, I know. I probably just lost you there dropping. Yep, the camera just cut out. That's fine. Okay. I'm going to unplug the camera from there. Grab this USB extender doohickey here. Plug it into the hub. Statistically, you have a 33% chance of plugging in a USB connector correctly the first time, in my experience. Yeah, something just fell back there, I'm not sure what. Okay, let me try and refresh this camera feed, and let's see. I'm going to have to bear with me just a second while I retell OBS where to find this camera, because I completely had to move it from one port to another. And is it not enough power? Probably not. Okay, let me see if I can move this back over. We'll just have to come over the top of the frame. Let's try this again. Deactivate. There it is. Okay. So I was going through because all of the computers are over there, and there's a 30-foot USB cable that comes up, runs over my ceiling, then drops back down at my desk here. So I'm already running through 30 feet of USB, and then I've got a hub on top of that, so that I don't have to keep walking over there. But between the 30 feet and then the hub, and then 10 feet of additional USB, it's just that 2.0 just doesn't like it. And that's what I'm finding out. So, but I think that, let's see. Yeah, that ought to work, at least for now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take it out there. I'm going to set it on that trash can stand and grab the T-square, and we'll make a line, and that'll tell me, where I'm going to need to cut to get it to fit. So hopefully the camera stays live. I'm going to bring my phone out there to monitor. If it goes out, I'll have to come back in and reset it. Should be good to go. Well, looks like my line is square, so I'm going to go and grab the saw, and we'll cut this board down. Somewhere I have a rip guide that goes on my saw that kind of gives you a nice straight cut, so I'm trying to find that real quick, so please bear with me. think that worked out okay. Just a second, let me grab this board. And then here's our new roof panel. I'm just gonna kind of real quickly just kind of make sure it fits in there. I think that'll be just fine. Okay, and what I'm gonna need to do now is cut this batting material. And it's going to be just as easy for me to just lay it down onto the floor and trim it on the floor as opposed to trying to hold it. I have enough room here. Tricky, but yeah, I can do it. Actually, I should probably do it the other way. Epstein, yes. I think I mentioned something about that a little bit ago, but yeah, just I mean, honestly, from where it was over there on my fence to where it is now, I might have gained 10 to 15 feet in height of the ground plane, but it got me a lot more clarity and a lot more reception. I'm pulling a lot more from Columbus approach, on the northern approach end than I was before. I'm not hearing much of approach today, but yesterday during that big snowstorm, I was hearing all the instructions from approach and pilots. Today, not so much from approach. I can hear it vaguely, faintly, if I turn the squelch all the way down. But it's definitely helped out. Definitely an improvement. Let me find my scissors here. There we go. And I'm cutting this batting material just not even with the edge of the board, but just slightly behind it. And then this is just going to come up. And then it's going to end up getting folded over. However, I need to go find my staple gun with the 1/4 inch. I need to go locate my other staple gun, which is a very good question as to where it's at right now. I think I have an idea. I've decided I'm not going to spend the time looking for it. I'm just going to unload the 3/8 staples out of this one. And I'll go grab the 1/4" staples. And we'll load that with 1/4" staples. And again, the 1/4" staple simply because my MDF is a 1/4" thick. Anything longer will protrude. But between the vinyl and the batting material, 1/4" seems to do all right. It doesn't seem to poke through the interior of the panel there. Probably gonna want to trim some of this vinyl off here just so I can maybe repurpose it in a small area that may need it. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to set this back down. And we'll trim some of this vinyl off of here. So this vinyl and batting material, it came from a store called Joann Fabrics that my girlfriend is not allowed to attend on her own. Who will only be my girlfriend for another week or two until I hope she becomes my fiance. She has no idea yet. Yep, she's still downstairs working. That's why I'm busting to get this simulator done as quick as I can, because March 3rd is a tentative date for that. And I'm taking her to virtual Ireland. Okay. I'm going to lay this back down on the floor. It's going to help me fold this over and staple it down. And that's all I'm doing, is folding it over and stapling it down. It also helps if you have a weak staple gun, then they don't even go in all the way. So best case scenario, if I calculated things right, this will kind of just slide right into place. And I think that'll work out. And then, okay, I want to go ahead and make this the front. But the other thing I'm going to have to do, because remember I want to repurpose these holes here. We are gonna do a test flight, B-Pain. I want to get this rooftop up. Yeah, we will be flying today, for sure. I want to get the rooftop up, and I want to get the butt kickers installed, and I want to get the seats bolted down, and then we're gonna go fly. But yeah, we will be flying today, for sure. What time is it? 5:30. Yeah, we've got plenty of time. I mean, it's probably going to be one of the latter things of the stream, but we are going to do some flying because I want to do some flying myself. But what I need to do, what we're going to need to do is I need to measure, because I want to repurpose these screw holes. Since this is now the new front and we're moving backwards, our crossbars I want to ensure will receive those screws through those holes. So let me see if we're going all the way to the front. Okay, all the way to the front. So I need to be at 12 inches, 24, 36. It's almost like I planned them to be 1 foot apart. What do we got here? Yeah, I'm gonna have to move some of those. Well, I'm gonna have to move all of them actually, except for the front one. Right? Are we on center? Okay, yep, we're on center. So every 12 inches on center is where I'm gonna need to put the crossboards at. So let's mark it 1.5, 1.5, 3/4. Same over here. So if we're 12 inches on center, I want each board, that's where a hole is. Each board's 1.5 inches wide, so we need to go 3/4 inch forward of each hole. So that's going to be 11 1/4, 23 1/4, and then 35 1/4. Okay, so we need to move these roof crossbars. This is some of that forward thinking that I probably should have done earlier, but I did not because, you know, I'm just making this up as I go. No real forward thinking involved. If there was forward thinking involved, I wouldn't have had to redo the sides and the top because we were already would have been known all that. So, yeah. So we have 1, 2, 3 boards across the roof to move forward just slightly so that they'll line up with the existing holes because I don't want to put new holes in the vinyl. Not that it's going to hurt it, it's just it would be unsightly for me. So, let's grab the tool that we need. Kind of a neat trick to try and do this, but I think I'll be able to do it. Suppose I ought to drill a pilot hole. Probably would have made things a lot easier. Okay, well that's kind of in place. Let me go over here and do the other side with a pilot hole. Much easier with the pilot hole. Dave Rendon, hello my friend. Welcome on in to part 10 of the simulator rebuild. Hope you are doing well. There's one. Doing good today. Glad to hear it. Okay, we've got the first one moved back. Let's move the second one back. that one's pretty tight in there. Okay, let's move that up there. That looks good. Drill another pilot hole. Oh, no. I'm looking at the wrong mark. Has to come forward. I was like, there's no way that's 12 inches. Alright, let's double check that with the tape measure, make sure we're 12 inches on center. Just so I made sure that I looked at the correct mark, and I did. Pilot hole. Screw. Go to the other side with a pilot hole. Screw, and then we only have one more board to move forward. Okay, last one. I'm going to get my pilot hole started. I'm going to get my screw in there. This one's kind of hard to hold. It's not as wide, so it's not as tight. The screw on that side is just kind of holding it temporarily. We'll come over here, screw it completely in, then we'll go back over there and finish it up. Good. Get my drill batteries going. Let's go back over here. Open this one up. So now we should be 12 inches, 12, 24, 36, 12, 24, 36. Alright, that'll work out just phenomenally because I'll be able to repurpose those same original mounting locations. One last thing I need to do before we throw this new roof panel up inside. I'm gonna have to come up with a new crossboard. So, did I already check this one? I think I already checked this one. I think I decided that, yeah, that it was just a quarter inch too short. And I think I decided that I was gonna have to sacrifice one of the 6-foot boards for that. Tell you what, I'm gonna take just another quick break and run downstairs, see if I have a board that might suffice, a 2x4. That would be ideal. If not, we'll use a 2x2, and I'll be right back with you. Well, it's not very pretty. It's gonna be covered up. I think this will work. All I needed is just a, support. So let's see, if I run that in there, because then I'll have something to secure the back of the roof panel too. It's gonna be out of sight, I may as well use it, right? Because if I don't have to cut the new 6-foot 2x2s, I'm gonna take them back and get my $30 back. If I can repurpose what I have, why not? Right? Makes sense to me. Yeah, let's do that. Oh, by the way, I'm back. Let me get rid of that. Okay. The table, the chops, the miter saw is kind of out of sight right now. So let me just. Yeah, it'd be too much of a pain in the butt for me to drag it all the way over to the camera just to make that little cut here. So I need 42 inches, right? Is that what I need, 42 inches? Yeah, 42. I shall be right back. Dave Rendon with this channel subscription. Thank you so much, buddy. Thank you so much for your support of the channel. Greatly appreciated. I've known Dave Rendon for a long time. Met him when I was training through VatStar, which was a VAT sim. I guess it still kind of is active. Yeah, that'll work. Then we'll be able to secure there. But he was human resource officer for VatSim. Very nice guy. Okay. Now, I can tell you right now that this board that I just put up there is probably older than I am. So we're definitely going to be drilling some pilot holes into that so that we don't split it on initial impact with our impact driver. One, two. I'm going to use 2 3-inch screws per side, I guess, for lack of a better word. I'm going to have to change my drill battery, or go put it on the charger. I'll be right back. I guess for now I can just get this out of my way. Okay, that's on the charger. Nerd with Wings. It is new. It's a rebuild of what I had. Since I had to move it from the one room to the other, it all had to come apart. And this is my most sophisticated build to date as far as measurements and everything. Because as far as the panel goes, if you were to measure the components in the panel, it's going to match your 172 Foxtrot November Mike as far as placement of everything goes. It's just the panel's physically 2 inches taller, and again, that's only because, you know, where the yoke and the gauge monitor are, I can't shove my yoke through that monitor. So that's. But as far as everything else, I mean, yokes are 18.5 inches apart, 26 3/4 inches up from the floor. Your throttle's in the exact spot. Your flap switch is in the exact spot. If you were to go and measure the actual panel, everything is true to nature in the panel. And I found out during our test flight that because the panel's 2 inches taller, and I had to lower it, I had to lower the viewpoint to see the cowling. What that did is that it raised everything up. So granted, all of my measurements were exact. In order for me to see the cowling over the panel, it threw all of my physical dimensions off. So yesterday and this morning, went through and redid all of that, and it will look phenomenal. And we'll find out here when we do our test flight. But it will look phenomenal. Because we've actually built this to fit our model. So there's none of that, what do I want to call it, just object artifacting, you know, seeing things that you don't want to see. I mean, we are putting ourselves inside of the X-Plane 172, physically and visually as well. That's the plan. And that's what we're doing. it's not a plan, it's what's happening. And I am so happy that you all decided to take some time out and be part of watching this plan come to fruition. I keep saying plan, I mean, we're making this up as I go. You know, I don't have a schematic or anything, but having access to a plane now has made this project so much better, because we're able to replicate that 172. Alright, there's one on each side. I'm going to do two on each side here. Let's get our holes drilled, and then we'll screw them in. Totally 78 with the subscription. Gift subscription from B Payne. Another gift subscription. Wow, thank you so much, B Payne. Totally 78. Welcome on in, my friend. Possibly lurking today. No matter, still pleasure to have you. That's awesome. Nerd with Wings is the 172 Cessna worth flying on the store. I'm not sure which 172 you might be referring to specifically. Personally speaking, if you want the most, I can't say that I've flown the Airfoil Labs 172, but I've flown a lot of other 172 variants, and in my opinion, I base that only on 100 hours in the 172. In my opinion, the best flying experience you'll find in the 172 is the enhanced flight models that's available on the .org store. That gives you a Mike variant, a November variant, a Romeo variant, and they all fly exceptionally well. The common I think a lot of people don't understand is just because what you see inside of X-Plane, what it looks like, how it's drawn, that's not necessarily what you're flying. That's just what it looks like. What you're flying is actually the flight model, and it's generated by parts that are generated in PlaneMaker, and these parts may look different, you know, on the flight model than what you see. So, you know, me personally, 90% of my flying is in a custom 172 that I did in PlaneMaker. But its backbone is the enhanced flight models with some minor alterations to it. So I haven't tried the next generation analog version. I haven't tried that one, so I can't give you any feedback on it. But the 172 variants that I have tried, I found enhanced flight models to be the best. All right. All of our cross boards are in place. We should be able to throw our roof panel up in there. And have it be good to go. this is gonna be the tricky part. Let me get this camera out of the way. And I'm gonna secure this roof panel using 3/4 inch panhead screws. Look like that. They have a, I don't want to say it's quite ½ inch, maybe 1 centimeter wide head. That might be 1 centimeter, but they're plenty enough to hold up our interior panels here. I'm going to get my iPad out of there just in case I drop this thing. You don't want it landing in that. Okay. And then I'm going to grab some screws and have those ready and handy to go. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Set my screw gun in here. And for now, I'm just going to slide this in. Let me open this other door just so we don't accidentally bump that display. Alright, gotta set it down for a minute. You know what? I probably ought to clamp this. I wonder if I can clamp it up there. Just temporarily. Just to try to kind of help hold it. Eric Flight, welcome in. With the raid even. Welcome in. Welcome Raiders. Pleasure to have you. We are currently installing the rooftop panel to the new 172 Foxtrot. And it's kind of cumbersome right now. But I appreciate you coming in. Let's try this again. Contact there. Alright, got one in. One is better than none right now. got one in, but I think I'm too far forward. Yeah, that's better. All right. Man. I'm running the ones in the middle up, and then I'll work my way on along the edges here. Okay. Yeah, she's at work. Wait. Yep, she's at. Are you at work?
Yes.
Okay. Yep, she's at work. That's how I can get away with such things. How's work going?
Fine, I'm alive.
I'm glad you're alive. You'd be happy to know that I am too. Just touch and go for a moment.
Yes, I heard.
Okay. What I'm gonna do is I want to make sure that I hit my crossboards on the edges here, but I don't have existing holes. So what I'm gonna do, once I find what I did with this triangle thing, what did I do with that triangle thing? What I'm going to do is just transfer. I'm going to use this triangle and just kind of transfer down onto the bottom here whereabouts those boards are. That's going to help me get the screws in there. This is a framing triangle, and all I did was I held it up this way to where my boards were, along the center line, and then I was able to go underneath, describe a line as to where the screws need to go up into along the edges to contact those boards. The back I'm not too concerned about because I have sight, I can see it, along with the front one, but the ones in the middle, where we don't have line of sight on, I wanted to make sure that, because it is vinyl, and it's not necessarily inexpensive, I don't want to puncture it and hold it up if I don't have to. So I want to make sure that I hit those locations. The other tip that I'll give you is to drill your vinyl first, because if not, your screw's going to grab it and it's going to twist it all up into one big knot. Ask me how I know. One more back here. And then one on the front. And I'll put one more back here. Pilot 11223344. Hey, how's it going? I saw you come in with a new follow while we were offline last night, so I appreciate that new follow. I was hoping to be able to get a chance to say hi to you, so thanks for coming in. Your friend and you fly on X-Plane 12 and MSFS 2020. They are both great sims. Been flying sims for over 20 years. Outstanding. I have no qualms with MSFS 2020. You won't see me flying it because the lack of display adjustability for multi-display is just lacking. It completely lacks the type of support that I need for my setup. So I will, you'll see me flying an X-Plane 12. As much as I'd like to give 2020 another shot, I tried it again recently. The experimental multi-monitor is still the same, so it's not benefiting me whatsoever, unfortunately. But that's awesome. Great to have you on board. Okay. Alright, so we got the pilot side done. We've got the co-pilot side to screw in. And then we'll move along. Now that I got a roof on, we'll move along. We'll get the seats, butt kickers installed, get those bolted in, and then we can probably load up and do a test flight. And so we'll do a test flight or two, depending on the time. I'd like to get the door panels on too, hopefully. Alright, let's get this other side screwed up. We'll move along to the seats. The seats shouldn't take too long. In fact, you know what? What I want to do, I want to take this seat frame out, or seat base out, and give it a coat of paint. I want to do that now so that it can dry while we're doing some of this other stuff. Because all I need for the butt kickers is the seat assemblies. I don't need the frame. Help if I take the seat belts off. Remember we built this frame and slider assembly in an earlier part of the series. So for those of you that have just joined in, hi, my name is Michael. Pleasure to have you here. This is part 10 of the rebuild series for my 172 Foxtrot. If you had any sort of desire to catch up, they are all being shifted over to my YouTube channel as well. So they will be there for future reference. But again, what I want to do now is, I have this seat frame here. And I want to get a coat of paint on this. Just so that it's not as unsightly. And then if I have enough vinyl material left over after everything else is vinylized, is that a word? Vinylized. Okay, that's my new word. Once everything else is vinylized, if there's enough left over, we'll wrap it around the seat frame. But for now, we'll take it out and give it a coat of paint. But before we do that, we need to strip off these seat belts. And that socket is out here. It's a word now, totally, that's right. Finalized is a new word. Alright, so take this left lap belt off, or sorry, right lap belt. The other thing that I did, for those that have been kind of watching from the beginning, I don't want to keep anybody left out. Initially, I had the female portion of my buckles bolted to the back of the frame. What I found out was happening is that it was interfering with the sliders. So I ended up building a spacer and moving the female buckles to the inside of the frame. They're more in between the seats that way, and they're not getting caught up in the slide assemblies like they were. But I am going to strip all of them out so that we can get our coat of paint on. The other thing, I know I explained about them, but the other thing I did is I went ahead and screwed in the anti-vibration pads to the bottom of the seat frame. I mean, I suppose I really didn't need these since the simulator is no longer over my girlfriend's office downstairs, but it is going to help with a lot of the camera shake that the simulator might receive as a result of the butt kickers. Okay. Alright. Let me shift the camera back over there so that we can all kind of watch and see. Flip over to this right there. Should be live. Yeah. Alright, so I'm just going to go set this board on the trash can there and give it a coat of paint. Alright, while that's drying, by drying I mean that wood's going to soak it all up and I'm probably going to have to shoot it again. Need to figure out how to fit the sound modulators into the bottom of our seat frame here. Set this on here so that everyone can kind of see. Yeah, sure, that'll stay till it falls. Okay. For those that saw the seat construction part, we had these square metal stuff with holes. Perforated steel tubing is the technical term. And in hindsight, just not quite wide enough to fit the modulator down in. So what I'm going to have to do, because ideally I want this completely parallel with the flush, parallel, even with the bottom of the seat. And no matter what configuration I try to do that, it's not going to happen. So what I'm going to have to do is grind off just enough of this front edge of this mounting point to where it will fit down in there. And I can tell you that I don't have to grind off much because it is real close. It is real close. So for now, I'm gonna just undo it from the wiring. So we'll go back out to the shop. I've got a sanding disc die grinder. I call it a die grinder. In my trade, they call it a die grinder. But it's a little spinny thing with a disc on it. And we're just going to go out there and we're going to essentially just bzzz and take some material off of the front of each of these modulators. It's actually aluminum as opposed to steel, so the die grinder is making quick work of it. Let's go a little bit more on this one. Alright. I think this will work here. Let's see. So close. So close. Alright, back out to the shop. Oh man, apparently the camera died. Let's see. Beautiful. That's what I want. I want a nice snug fit. Let's see. That's forward. Yep. That'll work out. Yeah. That'll work out just great. Then I just need to figure out how to keep it secure. And I'm hoping, let's see, I have some 1/4-inch nuts and bolts. I'm just not sure if it's long enough to go all the way through. Excuse me. And it's not. Alright, let's head out to the shop and see if I can't find some longer hardware. I'm going to give that frame another coat of paint. That's not gonna work. Well, while I'm thinking about how I'm gonna secure this, we'll we'll go out and at least trim down the other one so that we can get it up in there too. And then meanwhile, I'll continue trying to think about how we're going to fasten this. Let's see if this fits in here. Yep, and it does. Beautiful. So it gives us a couple different provisions. You know, we can mount it through these holes here, and we can mount it through these holes on the bottom. So, will a 5/16 bolt go through there? No. How can I... I'm not worried about them falling out. You know what, I have an idea, at least for now. I'm gonna go grab some zip ties and we're just gonna zip tie the thing. Yep, that's exactly what we're gonna do. I'm just gonna run 4 zip ties through, you know, each of these areas here, and that should hold it. Nerd with wings, you called it, man. Just what I was thinking. Let me go grab some zip ties. Alright, I think this will work. I'm just gonna run it down through there, down through there. Let's try this configuration first. I mean, honestly, I think it'll work out fine. Although I think I'm gonna have to see. We're not lining up with a hole on this side like we did the other side. See if we can't scoot it over just a bit to line up with a hole. There we go. That'll work. Yeah. Nerd with Wings, good call on the zip ties. Okay, move this over just a little bit. Okay, we'll get these in. The seat frame should be dry enough to get it back in here. And yeah, we'll try and get some flying in. Well, we're not going to try, we're going to get some flying in. See if I can get this thing to... There it is. Okay. Good enough. Let's cut these tails off because that's a big pet peeve of mine. Alright, that's in there, that's in there. Okay. I think that we're at a point where I need to sweep out this floor. We'll bring the seat base in. We'll get the seats on it. And then I'm gonna have to mark the holes that get drilled down through the floorboard that we secure our seat base with. Because when we hit those brakes, one thing we don't want is to rock back and flip over backwards in our seat. But I can't stand having tails out of zip ties. I'm in an automotive line of work, and I see a bunch of zip tie repairs all the time. I see them. Okay, I see them all the time, and they just leave these. They just leave the tails on it. It drives me buggy. Okay. For now, I'm gonna go ahead and get as much stuff out of this cabin as I can, stuff that I don't need right now. Because before I bolt the seats down, I want to run the vacuum on here real quick just to kind of clean up the carpet. And the other thing we're going to have to do once we get the seats in is I'm going to have to fashion a bracket to put the GoPro on. You can't go flying without the GoPro in there. Seat belt, seat belt, seat belt, seat belt hardware. Let's keep this separate. We're going to need that. Miscellaneous screws go in this jar. Oh, the other thing I need to do before we even put the seats in is I've got to fix that. I need to secure the pedestal to the panel because right now it's just sitting in there. I might have to do that. In fact, let me take a look and see what I'm going to need to do that. Changed my mind. I'm just going to shim it up into place. That'll work for now. The only thing I did is took some wooden shims and shoved them up underneath the pedestal. That brought it up to make pressure contact with the bottom edge of the panel. And I think it'll be fine. me go grab the vacuum real quick so I can vacuum this floorboard out. And then the frame should be dry to bring in. We'll bring that in. Figure out which, where it needs to be at on the floor. So that we know where to bolt it down at. But I don't want to bolt it down until I can get some of this stuff cleaned up off of the carpet. I think I'm done with most of the interior construction, so I'm not too concerned about more wood shavings. But I am going to keep the vacuum out here because once I drill the holes for the seat, to bolt the seat down, we're going to have a bit of shaving in there. Good enough. Wintech, hello my friend. Yes, that is most certainly part of the safety equipment because you never know when you need it. I was just concerned about getting where the seat's going to be because once I bolt that down it's going to be pretty difficult to get under there to clean it. Okay, so that's done. Let me go grab the seat frame, the seat base, and I'll bring it in, and get it in there. We'll set the seats on it, figure out the exact center, figure out, how far forward or backward, because I want it bolted to where, when I'm sitting, when we're all the way back, I can still get in and out pretty easily. But I don't want to bolt it too far backwards to where when we're all the way forward, she can't reach the pedals. So, so let me go grab the frame. Wintech, I appreciate that. Hopefully the frame is dry. Should be dry enough anyway, I would imagine. Dry enough. pick up these hundreds of screws that I just dropped real quick. Alright. Let me just close that lid in case it falls over again. Nerd with Wings, I really don't like to fly without them now. I think they work out great. They work okay out of the box, but there are 2 programs that you can use to really bring them out. And since you asked, I'm going to go ahead and discuss and bring it up. Let me pull it up here. Okay. I'm going to share my screen with you. Sim Shaker for aviators. So simshaker.com software. I'm going to look for Sim Shaker for aviators. That combined with a Sim Shaker for aviators sound module. The one is free. The sound module has a little bit of a cost to it, but what it does is will analyze your simulator audio, and it will only output this type of stuff that you feel, that you need to feel. Your engine idling, your stall buffeting, wind shear, things that you feel. You don't want to feel, when you turn a switch on and it makes a sound. You don't want to feel rain hitting your windshield. And without those programs, you're going to. There's no way to isolate that audio independently. If there is, I don't know about it. But those 2 programs will constantly monitor the simulator audio. It will isolate what you need to feel from what you shouldn't feel, and outputs that. Works phenomenally. Okay, those are in there. Those are in there. So now what we're gonna do is bolt our seatbelt assemblies back on. Let me grab this female buckle, and this screw. The other thing I will say about Sim Shaker is that you really want to have a dedicated audio source for it. In my case, it's my front display. It's got an HDMI connection. It has speakers, so it is an audio source. Just about all of these displays are an audio source because they have built-in speakers. So as long as you've got some way to dedicate to Sim Shaker sound module, then you'll be just fine. Okay, stick those down in there for now. Let's grab our lap belts, get those on the frame. And just like previously, I'm not tightening these down all the way. I'm tightening them down only enough to hold it in place, but still allow the buckle to pivot, or the seatbelt to pivot on the bolt. I'm so used to my door being all the way at the end of the frame. Okay. Would a Bose soundbar work? As long as your Bose, as long as you have a way to send the audio signal out of something, then yeah, if you've got your Bose soundbar hooked up, if it has like an audio out port or something, you need a way to feed the amplifier somehow. It's recommended that butt kickers be on their own audio sound card. Okay. Let's go ahead and put our seats back on here. Alright, that's still snapped in, that's still snapped in. I don't know which way is going to be the easiest way to go. Probably this way. We centered? I don't think we're centered quite. We look pretty centered. Where's the tape? What do we got here? About 3.5 inches between the seat base and the edge of the fuselage. It's about 3 inches. Let's move it over 1/4 inch. That's about 3 1/4. Okay, I'm going to sit the seats up. I'm going to have a seat inside. gonna scoot it. I want to scoot the whole assembly forward because I want to make sure that she can reach the rudder pedals when she flies with me. And I think the easiest way for me to ensure it's square, let me go grab a level. I have this 4-foot level. I'm just going to put it right in front of this entire assembly. Okay. So what I'm doing is I took the level down here. I'm using the forward monitor support as a guide. And I'm bringing the assembly up to the level. That will ensure that I got the same distance longitudinally between the left and the right seat. So now, let me check and see how that feels. Because I still want to, I don't want it too far forward to where, you know, we can't get into it, or it's uncomfortable to get into. Okay. That doesn't feel terrible. Scoot forward. Alright. Let me do the same thing, only now I'm going to go behind that monitor leg. I was in front of it before, but I want to go about 1.5 inches back to sort of provide a nice, because I have tall friends and I have short friends. I want a nice happy medium so that no one is really going to be uncomfortable. So let me just scoot this back now. Whereas before we were forward of the bar or the support, let's go behind it. And that's going to move the entire assembly back 1.5 inches from where it just was. Let's try that. See how that works out. Now, I like it how it was before. gonna go back forward now that inch and a half, and I'll tell you why now that I'm thinking about it. So I'm gonna put 2 more seats back here as well. They're gonna be fixed, but you know they're not gonna slide. But I still want to make sure that there's gonna be room for them. Okay, I think that'll work. Okay, I think that'll work. Let's ensure that we're still centered left to right at 3 1/4 inches. And if that's the case, we're going to pull the seats off of the base, screw the base down into the floor, and then put the seats back down on top. Once I find what I did with that bloody tape measure. What did I do with that tape measure? I just had it. Just had the tape measure. It's not over there. It's not over there. Okay. Gosh, I might lose my head if it wasn't attached. Some days, you know. I'd leave that. Why would it be out here? It's not out there. I didn't have it out there. Why would it be out there? That's bizarre. It's not under the seat thing, is it? No, let's shoot it under there. Oh, it's right there on the chair that's folded down. That's where it was. My girlfriend seems to think that I actually would lose my head if it wasn't attached. Okay, 3 1/4. Alright, we're centered. We're where we need to be. We can take the seat assembly off. And get the seat bolted down. I'm gonna try. I gotta lift this up straight so as not to move our frame. Of course, it's not gonna cooperate. I am gonna double check that it didn't move. It probably moved. ahead and close this door again. And close this door. I can tell you right now that whole thing moved. So we're going to reposition it. How long have you been standing there?
Oh, you know, just a couple of minutes. Making sure you don't lose your head.
Why would I lose my head? It's attached.
Good thing it is.
Okay. Alright, so now we're back where we need to be longitudinally. Let's make sure that we are centered still. 3.5. Or 3.25. Yeah, we are. Okay. This is where it needs to be screwed down at. And I'm just going to go on the inside. Let's see. Is this live? Yeah. Okay. So I'm just going to go on the inside on each of the floorboard. I call it a floorboard, but it's a board that goes this way that's sitting on the floor. Because I just realized that the holes that I drilled previously aren't going to work because they're directly underneath the forward board, and I don't want to take the frame apart to get the bolts down in through there. So I'm just going to go in the corner. I'm only going to do 2, and I'm only going to do 2, and I'm going to do them in the front because when we're hitting those brakes, you know, we're putting that pressure this way. So I want the front to be, you know, have that pressure from the bolts. You know, if we had the bolts in the back, there's still a good chance that we might rock a little bit. But if that fulcrum is towards the front, then I don't think it's going to have tendency to rock up on us as we're mashing our brakes, having it come to a stop. And let me tell you how excited I am to try out this accumulated snow plug-in in X-Plane 12. Because it's been snowing here like crazy. We got snow on the ground, so I'm really hoping that once we load into X-Plane here in a little bit, we'll have snow on our ground. So that's a new plug-in that we're going to try, accumulated snow. And yeah. Alright, let me go grab the drill and the drill bit and the lag bolt, and I guess I ought to make sure that I'm not going to drill into one of my crossboards underneath here. Alright, so we're clear of the crossboards that are underneath of the platform. Alright, let me go grab the drill. Okay, the drill is in here. Let me go grab the bit. Now, I guess I'll just make a pilot hole. Pilot hole. Pilot hole. We are going to have to vacuum this out just a little bit. 3/8 drill bit. That's hopefully long enough to go all the way through. Because we need to go through our floorboard and through our floor all the way down through the bottom. Want to make sure it's straight. There's our carpet. There's our floor. Oops. Sorry, I didn't mean to drop for the camera to drop. Dang it. Why did I do that? Okay. I'm going to reach under here, make sure I'm all the way through, and yep, I do feel the bit. And I need to vacuum. Alright, I'm going to drop a bolt down in through here and get this side started at least so that it holds it. And we'll move over to the other side. I'm using 3/8 lag bolts, the fender washer. This is my assembly. This is going to go down through. I am going to put a washer on the top as well. And then there's going to be a washer that goes on the bottom and it's just going to sandwich down in there. The nice thing about this design is that once I get this bolted down to the floorboard, it'll stay there. I won't have to mess with it again. Even if I have to move the thing, with its modular design, I've got a top and two sides, the floor, and then the panel support. The floor and the seat base, all that's still going to be skinny enough to fit in and out of a doorway if need be. So for now, I'm just going to reach under here, get this washer and nut started on there, and I'm going to move over to the other side. Okay. We'll go over. Sparky Pilot, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. Okay. Now we're gonna do the same thing. I'm going all the way through, and I'm gonna send it all the way home. Here, vacuum all these wood bits up. me go grab another lag bolt, washer. I'm done with this level, so I'm going to put it away. Alright, same deal. Just going to go down in here through this washer. Trying to fit a square peg into a round hole. Okay. And we're going to drive this all the way down through. It's going all the way through the carpet, all the way through the floorboard, all the way down through the bottom. I'm going to reach up underneath. Get that started. Those are 3/8 bolts, so they are a 9/16 nut, but for us intelligent people that like the way the rest of the world does things, we're going to go grab a 14mm. And I even have a ratchet wrench. This 9 gallons only, huh? Understandable in that regard. I'm gonna reach up in here and I'm gonna snug these down. Alright, there's one. Fast Joe Testarossa. Appreciate it. Welcome on in. Bliss 9, lurk away. Always a pleasure, whether you chat or not. Auf Deutschland. The name. Yeah, that ain't going nowhere. Alright, bring on the hard braking. One other thing I want to do. Where is my, oh, I'll just go grab it. I thought I was painting everywhere that the seat bracket was touching, but I missed some spots, and I got some black duct tape that I'm just going to put down on there to kind of just hide that. Let me go grab that real quick. problem is, I don't know what I did with it. It's alright, it's not a huge priority right now. I'll deal with it later. Let's go ahead and trying to see. Let's go ahead and figure out about where we need to drill the hole for our wire feed for our butt kickers. I do have a mount. I'll show you real quick. So I kind of had to reverse engineer it, where normally we would hang a bracket on the wall and then hang part of it on the monitor and then hang the monitor on the bracket which is already on the wall. That's not so the case here. What I did, I have a low profile mount. I put the mount on the monitor. I bolted the bracket to my makeshift wall right here. So at that point, I have as an assembly, I have my wall, and then the spacer that I needed to install, that way when I put the display inside of the frame, it was flush with the interior of the frame. That's how I decided to do it this go around. Previously, full disclosure, in my previous version, I was afraid things were gonna fall out anytime I opened the door. But I learned a lot through my previous build that I swore to myself I was going to address if I ever had to redo it, and the time came where I had to redo it. So I'm making sure all the T's are crossed and I's are dotted. So I appreciate your compliment about creative building knowledge. My trade is very technical in and of itself, so I have to have a technical mindset. And what I do by trade, I am what you might call, my title is an escalated diagnostician, automotive diagnostician. So what I do, say your check engine light comes on your vehicle, you take it to XYZ repair shop, they say you need such and such, and they sell you this job and the labor, and you approve it, and then they do all the work, and that doesn't fix the problem. Their diode came up invalid, whatever the case may be, and they're scratching their heads trying to figure this out. That's where I come into play. They don't necessarily want to call you and say, hey, we fucked up. It's going to cost this much now. Because things like this happen. So I go in kind of behind the scenes and I find out what they overlooked or missed, or whatever that needle in the haystack might be. That's where I come into play. And I don't want to say that things like that happen all the time by any particular place, but with multiple places, and it happens, at various different places, it does kind of keep me busy. I do maintain a full-time employment as well. However, I am contracted by various dealerships, aftermarket repair sites, things like that. So, pedestals in place, seats mounted. We were trying to determine where we're going to drill our hole to feed our wire, because the wires for the butt kicker are now going to run underneath the platform instead of inside of the cabin where they were previously. So, if we're looking back at our seat assembly, we're going to need to give it some slack. So I think I want it more towards the back. I'm going to drill one central hole to accommodate both sets of speaker cable. It's 14 gauge cable. It's paired cable. So I'm almost willing to bet that same 3/8 bit that I have will work just fine to accommodate both of these. So that's what we're going to do. Let me drill this hole real quick in here. And then, yeah, I promise not too much longer and we're flying. I want to get this in, get these wired up. We're going to go fly. See, I did it again. I'm pulling on this thing trying to open the door, and the door is not as wide now. So, okay. Get this open. Alright, we're going to find this nice center spot. Drill a hole. Makes a lot less of a mess if you run the vacuum at the same time you're running the drill. Car mechanic simulator. Who was? Haven't. Wait, there's a car. Is that an actual thing? Is that a program? A car mechanic simulator? Interesting. Interesting. I'll be honest. That's probably something I would never do. But it is quite interesting to know that if I wanted to work outside of work on the computer, I could do that, kinda, sorta. Okay. That's in there. Now, I need to feed the wires up through the bottom first. I want to get some wire up through so that I have some wire to work with. That way I'm not having to finagle it. You finagle with it while while the seat's in there. Since 2014, huh? Interesting. I had no idea that was a thing. But Twitch in and of itself has kind of broadened my horizons on the various types of simulators that are out there. Like there's a train simulator now. When I was a kid, trains were awesome. I loved trains. I had a Model HO railroad. It was at 8 feet by 16 feet. It was just amazing. Loved model railroading. Loved trains as a kid. Now I work right next to a train yard. Man, I don't like trains so much anymore. They're loud every day. They're loud. But I was watching Sim Caesar playing this train simulator, and it was. If I didn't know any better, they looked like they had taken a video of an actual train ride, and then somehow superimposed a fake train cabin onto this what I swear was a live video feed from somewhere. It was just the coolest thing. Like that was really awesome to see. Okay, got my 2 wires here. I'm gonna shove these up through the bottom. In fact, I'm going to twist each end together. That's going to make it easier to protrude through there. It's like PC build simulator with cars, pretty fun, and airplane. Interesting. Interesting. Alright. Let's see, which side is the amplifier going to go on? Okay. I've got quite a few items already on the pilot side behind our panel. So we move back here to the back. Oh look, the sun visors, those will go up at some point. But I think I'm going to put the amplifier for the butt kickers right here on this section. Because I've got the 12 volt power supply down there, and then beyond that I got the intercom. So I'll probably put the amplifier right here in this area. I think that'll work out. So then I want to run my wires down the pilot side, or the co-pilot side. Okay, this, we got this, and then this here, this here, okay. I'm not going to need nearly as much wire either as I had used previously. Alright, I'm going in. I hope my arm is long enough to reach this hole. Alright, there's one. Alright, there's two. Sweet, that'll work. Toss those belts down in there. Get this vacuum out of the way. Okay. And then since I don't think I'm going to have to pull this seat back out, once I drop it down on there, we'll go ahead and run a couple screws along our support just to hold it onto the frame. I don't know if it's necessary, but it's going to happen. Okay, that's left, that's right. Okay, that's in there. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to wire up those sound ice, those butt kickers to those wires that I have coming up through the floor. Off of the butt kicker itself, I have a black and a white, a black wire, I have a solid black wire and a solid white wire. On my speaker cables, I have a solid white wire and a white wire with a black tracer. So, solid white is going to go with white, and then white with black tracer is going to go with the black. That way I can still distinguish positive and negative when we go to hook it up to our amplifier, although these are not polarity sensitive. Okay, there's the one. White with white, black with white with black tracer. To make my connection, I'm just using a wire nut for this speaker wire. I don't use butt connectors here, despite the butt kicker, simply because should service need to occur, if you use a butt connector, every time you need to change that connector, you're cutting off wire, and they only give you so much coming off of the butt kicker. So wire nuts will allow you to reuse that wire as long as it stays intact. I mean, it is copper stranded, and after so many bends and twists and whatnot, it will end up breaking. But it still prolongs the overall life of the units. So that's in there, that's in there. Outstanding. I'm going to grab a couple screws, and I'm going to use those same 3/4 inch pan head screws, and we're going to just put a couple in the back and along the front. I don't need a whole lot because there are bolts that go down into the wooden frame that help kind of hold it in place too. But just for a little added security, I'm just going to put kind of one in each end, and I'm using the round holes, not the oval holes. Actually, those air vents are functional. They're functioning air vents. They're not functional at the time, but they are functional when all is said and done. This whopping 700 cubic foot per minute blower sits right on top of this cabin, and it gets plumbed directly into each air vent. This 750 cubic foot per minute blower gets plugged in to an extension cord that I have interrupted in the back of my panel there. That way, when I flip that cabin air switch, okay, this thing turns on, and it's like we're flying. We're getting that fresh air running right in and out of those air vents. That's how I do that. No, this back here is for our back window panel access. Our controls for our back window, which is sitting over here, which is not installed yet. That's what this is for. So when all is said and done, this is 360 degrees of X-plane. Okay. But I'm not going to have enough time to get the back window installed and calibrated today. But we are getting ready to go fly once we get this amplifier installed. As I said previously, it is very highly recommended that you dedicate a sound source for your butt kicker amplifier. Please don't try and split it. Please don't try and use one of those 1/8 inch audio splitter cables, because here's the thing that many people aren't realize, okay? Audio is still output with a sort of power. You might have, it might be a watt, measured in watts in certain instances, and your 1/8 inch headphone output, it might output 1/4 watt of audio directly. But if you split that, you are now your 1/8 watt of audio into each source instead of the full 1/4 watt. And I'm making these numbers up. It might be half watt, 5 watts, but you get the idea, right? Each time you put a splitter in, you're losing audio power. And these things don't like low audio power. They want the full source. Give them the full power source, if at all possible. So that being said, let's find a spot. Like I said, this gets plugged into my front display. That is the audio source for the butt kickers, and they get wired in right here. So you have an input from your audio, and this is going to be the output. There are some controls on the front of this particular amplifier, which is a Bravo Kilo Alpha -130 Oscar Echo. But it does have a remote for volume, so that when I'm in the cabin, I can still run that remote into the cabin and adjust the audio that way. So let me go ahead and get this sit on the back here. Since it does have a couple of screw mounting provisions, I am going to throw a couple of screws into it just to hold it in place, because the reason this whole thing is on wheels is that I need access to that attic space. So I roll the whole thing forward to gain access, and I roll the whole thing back, and then by securing everything onto, in its respective locations, I don't have to worry about things just falling and or toppling over, coming undone, whatever the case may be at the time. So let me grab my screw gun. Let's go run a couple screws into this amplifier here. one more. All right. That's mounted. What I need to do is figure out how I'm going to feed the cables up through. And what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to go underneath, because my platform that I built in part 1, okay, my floor, it's, you know, it's got the 4 as a square, but then there's cross boards for support. So I'm probably going to have to drill through 1, 2, maybe 3 boards, because I want to run those wires through and to the front, and then up to the amplifier. Yeah. That's the plan anyway. So let me just take a peek under here. Actually, before I do that, let me plug this amplifier audio in the source into the TV. Which means to throw the cable over to the other side, walk over here and grab it and plug it in. Alright, that's plugged in. So now that amplifier will get an input. Okay. Well, that's not bad. I only have to go through 2. How's everybody doing? I'm pulling them both through the first board first, and then I'll move up to the second board. now both wires are protruding through the front. If we go and look, here's where I mounted the amplifier. There's the front of the amplifier. But the back is where the inputs go into. So now I'm going to bring these up. And then we're going to cut off what we don't need. And we'll strip it down and attach it. Wire cutters, wire strippers. I'm gonna have to sweep this floor. Make the 14 gauge. Strip that. 14 gauge. Strip that. I'm stripping enough off to where once I twist them together, I have enough to put all the way through the connection point. Okay. White to white. White with black tracer goes to white with black tracer. My white is going to get hooked up to the red positive on the amplifier. My white with black tracer is going to get hooked up to the black negative on the amplifier. There is no left and right, it's a single channel, but there is positive and negative. Okay. Both of those are hooked up. Let me grab the broom, let me sweep this up real quick, and then we should be good to fire up here. Plug this amplifier in. I do really love the fact that I put outlets every other stud when I built this room. And I did it for this very purpose. I'm no longer bounded by a bunch of power strips. So I went ahead earlier and I did the initial display calibration for this new position that it's in, and it turned out really, really good. So we'll be able to get in and fly right away. We're not going to have to mess with any screen settings because I already did that. The only thing I'm going to need to do is figure out a vantage point for the GoPro. That's good for everyone. All right. Stay there for now. I can stay there. All right. Yeah. So let me get the GoPro plugged in, get it fired up, make sure that we can see it. Man, that's the other thing I want to do. Once I figure out where we're gonna put the GoPros, I'll need to figure out. Because I'm going to run this GoPro power cable up through the floor also. But I'm not going to mess with that tonight per se. Because we still need to figure out where a good spot's going to be. For it. I'm just going to take my sweatshirt off. I'm getting a little hot. It is 8:20. All right. Yeah, we have time to fly. Get this off the floor. Okay, I'm going to fire up X-Plane. Let me plug this in. For now, it's just going to go right there. We're going to have to move this. Okay. USB connected. So, let me go down here. And let me turn this off. Bear with me just a second. Let me turn this off. Let's see if the GoPro no, Not yet. Alright. Let's see. Exit that. The GoPro webcam software is not what I call the best, but overall it's the provides you the best picture. Okay, cockpit, activate. Still, okay. Deactivate. Well, let's see. I know there's a way for me to properties. Let's see. GoPro webcam. Let me try something here. Make sure. Let's just try and restart it. Dreamnid, hello. Okay. Ha! Alright, there it is. Now we just need to figure out how far forward and how far up we need to put it. And I'm not going to know any of that until I get us loaded into X-Plane. So that's what I want to do first. Let's just load up X-Plane. This is the remote audio controller for the butt kicker amplifier. So let me go ahead and get this plugged in and run into the cabin. this cable is going to go down here behind the glare shield. And for now, it's just going to come in. Oh, we'll bring it down right there. So. Okay, let's new flight. For now, I want to position myself directly right on the runway threshold. That's going to give me the best way to determine where to put a GoPro camera. I need to take a quick break while that's loading up and grab something to drink, and I'll be right back. Alright, it looks like we are loaded up successfully. Let me enable the window warping. We'll switch over to the GoPro and we'll kind of see where we need to be. So, the key to immersion is point of view. Okay. When we're at the correct height, eye height, and point of view, our horizon streamlines. Okay. If we go too high or too low, our horizon is going to break. That's just how perspective line of sight works. So a good balance might be something like that, in which I'd have to fine tune a little bit, but I don't think that looks horrible initially. just not sure how. Let's see. How can I fix this? Well, trying to think of a good way to adhere it. Alright, I have an idea. It's a temporary solution, but probably gonna work. Let me go grab some boards. Let's see. Let's see. Okay. I need to move that forward. Move it up. Will this board be wide enough? Again, this is a temporary solution. But let's just see here. Something like that might work, at least for now. Let me set this down for a minute, because I can't hold it and get what I need to get at the same time. Yeah, I think that'll work. Now, I wanted to go in here. Yeah, that'll work. Looks good. Oh, did I just grab one screw? Come on, Michael. Okay. temporary GoPro position location installed. Seems to look alright. Let's get some gauges fired up. Start my trim wheel. Start the gauges. Start my instructor station. Man, it looks, damn, that looks real good. I've got a little bit of a horizon brake on the right side. So why did that do that? We want live weather conditions. We don't want darkness. We want daylight VFR. It looks like we even have snow on the ground. Okay, that's going. What else do I need to fire up over here? Sim Toolkit Pro, let's get that going. Okay, how's that look there? Alright, the Sim Toolkit Pro's online. What else do I need? Let's fire up Reflector. Okay. We'll send 4th flight over. Okay. So let's see. Where is? All right. I think we're ready to fly. I think we are ready to fly. I'm gonna have to do something about USB power. You might have to deal with the GoPro flickering for a little bit. Right now, I have the GoPro plugged into a front panel USB 3.0 port. I don't necessarily like them all the time. I much prefer a connection to the board. Yeah, it keeps flickering a bit, doesn't it? Gosh. Hey, how's it going?
Going pretty good.
Good. Okay. I'm trying to think if I can combat that now. I should try and move that cord now and unplug it. I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try and move the GoPro connection to the back of the computer instead of the front. I'm hoping that will eliminate some of the flashing for everyone. So for now, I'm going to turn this source off so we don't run into any sort of conflict with OBS. Going to exit GoPro webcam. And then we're going to turn this off. I'm going to move the cable to the back of the computer and plug it in to a 3.0 port in the back. Okay. Maybe that's got it. I killed the camera, bear with me. Alright, sorry about that. I think we're good to go now. How's work going?
It's going alright. Almost done.
Good. must be connected. Alright, let's see here. Let's start the GoPro webcam software again. Ensure we got a good connection. Logmahawks, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I think my computer just froze on me. Yeah, let me try and end this GoPro task. Okay. Close this out. Okay. Let's close Discord, unload that resource. Let's close Internet, unload that resource. Alright, let's start GoPro software again. And let's see if we got it here. And we do. Great. Alright. So is GoPro live? Let's deactivate that and reactivate it. No. Okay. Deactivate. Activate. No. Okay. Deactivate. Let's exit. It's very finicky trying to bring the new video source in while OBS is still running. Let's see. Try the software again. No. Okay. Let's turn it off and back on. open the GoPro software again. Because if I can't see the preview in the GoPro software, then I know that OBS isn't going to see it. USB connected. Okay. I think that'll get it. Alright, is it live now? Yes. Okay. We're ready to go. Finally. I am sorry about that GoPro frustration. And as you can see here, we still have, you know, this open area here and then on the pilot door. We'll deal with that later with more panels. However, I still see some flashing. I'm gonna have to figure out why it does that. I don't remember it doing that before. If it did, I don't remember it being that often. Okay. I'm going to establish us back at a parking spot. And we're going to take it from the top. We have not gotten our panel lighting installed yet. That is on the to-do list. Once we get the panel lighting installed, it'll be a little bit lighter in there. But I think this is doable for flying. So we still have a little bit of a horizon break on the right side, it seems. The left side doesn't seem terrible. Okay, iPad's in there. I need to kill this desktop source, audio source, real quick. Alright, hopefully everyone can hear me here in the cockpit. I do see the green bar moving, so I do think I have audio output. Okay. Alright, audio's fine, good to hear. We are on the ground here at my home airport in Morrow County for India Niner. I'm aboard my 172 Foxtrot. It's a 1965 model. Let's make sure we got everything we need to fly. The airworthiness certificate, it's attached to the door panel that's out there. Weight and balance is also out there in the door pocket. Registration is also out there. Owner's manual is here in the glove box. Don't need a radio license. We're not flying in Canada. So as far as legally, we are good to go. Let me grab my belt buckle here. Okay, that's my buckle. Okay, let's get strapped in. That's good to go. Seat belts, air vents, fire extinguishers out there for now. Exits are right here. If you see any airplanes while up in the sky, please go ahead and call them out to me. It's a real quick safety briefing. If you have any questions before we get airborne here, let's go ahead and let's see. Let's make sure our flight controls are on, and they are. Let's connect to VATSIM. Okay, we are there. Okay. Cleveland Center's online. Maybe we'll go to Mansfield. Okay. This is gonna be a full flight, so we're gonna treat it like a full flight. Let's go ahead and get some lights on and get some flaps down. Let's do a walk around. Need to go into SIM Shaker sound module and tell it where to find the audio source now. Okay, we're there. Okay. Okay. Do a quick walk around. Take a look at our baggage door. That is secure. Our left rudder cable is nice and tight. Elevator rudder is free and correct. Beacon and anti-collision light are working. Right rudder cable is tight. The VOR antennas are in place. Right flap is tight. Moving along, we'll check our right aileron. That is free and correct. Strobe on the right with the green. Right main looks good. Front main looks good. Strut looks good. Prop and spinner look good. Exhaust is secure. Static source free and clear. Pitot tube is warm to the touch. Let's get that pitot heat off so we don't burn it up. Our taxi light and landing light are both working. Let's get those loads off. Check our stall horn. That is working as well. Moving along, we see a strobe on the left with a red. Let's get these two loads off. Check our left flap. That is tight. Left main looks good. And fuel caps are installed in streamline. We are fully fueled. And we did forget to build a restroom, absolutely. That's one thing that, unfortunately, I could not accommodate here. But I am pleased to know that we still have enough room behind us to add a couple more seats for the kids. This will be a 4-seater by the time it's all said and done. I'm way excited about it. Okay. Alright, let's get our master off for now. Beacon is still on. We'll leave it on. And we do have snow on the ground. Well, would you look at that? Hot dog. Live weather. We have snow on the ground. Accumulated snow. I'll be. Huh. Amazing. New plugin. Accumulated snow. Check it out. Okay. Hobbs Tech Time. Tech Time is 108.1. Let's check all of our circuit breakers. Make sure they are all in, and they are. Let's go ahead and get started up. Seat track. I am already screwed it up here so I can reach the flight controls. Avionics are off. Cockpit is off. Let's go ahead and get our mixture to full rich. Throttle slight. Let's go 3 on the primer. 1, 2, 3. Okay, primer is in and locked. And brakes are on. Okay, brakes are on. Master on. Minus 10 degrees Celsius outside right now, which is 14 degrees Fahrenheit. Icing may be a condition. Accumulated snow plugin is free from the .org store. Or not even a store, it's from the .org forums. Not even the store, but it's not at the store, but it's on the .org, not the .org store. But highly recommended it. Highly recommend it. Simply because we have snow, and I didn't have to put that information in. Like, there's snow on the ground outside right now here in Ohio, and I got snow, so that's cool. Okay, we're on our start checklist. You know how I know this is a lot more realistic? Because I have to move my yoke to read my checklist, and that feels a lot more cramped in here. Okay. Avionics are off, Cockpit off, mixture okay, did all that. We did the primer, okay, master on, beacon on. And mags are going to go to start right away. I'm looking for oil pressure and RPM. Those are my 2 memory items on startup. If I don't have either of them, I'm shutting down. Clear, clear left, clear right. Here we go, mags to start. Okay. Why not? Cleveland Center's online. Let's go to Mansfield. It's a Class Delta. We can talk to them. But kickers are definitely working. Outstanding. Just gotta find a good balance. That'll work. Okay. Seat belts are on. Flaps. Let's get our flaps up. Avionics going on. .650's coming alive. I'm going to set my altimeter to field, my known field elevation, and we'll confirm that with information. Let's go ahead and set our transponder for altimeter reporting mode. Squawk VFR. Let's go direct to Kilo Mike Foxtrot Delta. We're going to do one here in the pattern first, just to make sure everything's good to go. And then on departure out of the pattern, we'll go ahead and head towards Mansfield, Mike Foxtrot Delta. If Cleveland Center is still online, we're going to have to talk to them to get down in there. But for now, we are taking experimental call sign. So let me go ahead and fill out a VFR flight plan on the VATSIM network. It's kind of redundant anymore, but it is something that I still like to do. Flight plan. Call sign November 8033 Foxtrot. VFR 172. Lightweight category. We have GPS on board. Departures for Indian Niner. Off block time is 9. Are we? -5 or -4 right now? -5. So let's just say 0215 off block time. Altitude, let's say 3000. Airspeed's gonna be 90 knots or so. Arrival Kilo Mike Foxtrot Delta, no alternate. I'm just gonna say 45 minutes in the air. I really don't know right now. It doesn't really matter. They're not gonna really look at it anyway. In the remarks section, I am gonna put the Twitch channel name, because I know sometimes controllers like to see that type of stuff.
flight plan is filed. Okay. There's still a little bit of alignment that I'm gonna have to do with the right side here. I see a little bit of a horizon break, but the left side does not appear all that bad whatsoever. Okay. I need to go grab that cable, plug my phone in before we go too far. Let me go do that. I'm gonna have to get out of the cockpit for just a minute. I'll be right back. Bliss 9, you wouldn't have gotten too far if you don't remove the parking brake. But that is absolutely hilarious that you said that. Alright, flight plan is filed. Okay, what else do we need to go? Startup checklist is complete. Seatbelts, flaps, okay. ATIS, what can we grab? Can we grab ATIS? I don't know. I don't think we're gonna get Marion from here. Yeah, we're not. We're on the ground. Requires line of sight. But I am gonna get it on standby. Niner 975. Okay. Alright, I think we're ready to go now. Manual brakes on. Parking brake off. Let's get a taxi light on, landing light on so we can be seen. Altimeter set to known field elevation. Current altimeter at Mike November 3002. That's right where we're at. Okay. Winds are 230 at Niner. Visibility is 10, clear below 12,000, temperature minus 10 degrees, dew point minus 15 degrees Celsius, relatively close there. But I think we'll be just fine as far as moisture. We do have anti-ice capabilities aboard the aircraft. Okay, so winds are 230, so we'll probably be taking 28. Yep. Parking brake off, manual brakes off. Okay, let's give a little bit of a throttle, and then we're going to do a brake test. Alright, brakes are working. Just feels so much better. Looks better and feels better. We're gonna go down here to the threshold and do a run up. Let me grab Cleveland Center's frequency. We'll get that on standby. 125.425. I do want to thank everyone for coming in and hanging out and spending quite a bit of your time with me today. I do appreciate it. We're going to do one here in the pattern, then we're going to depart, head to Mansfield, do a full stop, and then I'm probably going to have to call it a night. But gosh, I think we got a lot accomplished today. There is a back display that will be going in and will be surrounded completely, and I will be doing a whole tutorial on a more immersive LCD display. So it's going to be a whole separate tutorial as part of the build process. Yeah, but our wings are now right level with our air vents. I could see the bottom of the wings. That's exactly what we wanted. That's exactly what we wanted. Like, it is dead even. So the height, you know, the height is exactly what we needed. The air vents line up with the 3D model. Set our heading indicator to compass now that we're kind of away from a lot of those metal buildings. ADSP is tied into my nav lights. Let's get those on. Transponder, we're good. Brakes we tested. Turn coordinator. Attitude indicator. Testing on the roll here. Heading indicator to compass. Did that. Okay. We'll go down here and we'll do a run up. We'll do one in the pattern, and then we'll head to Mansfield. Mansfield VOR, just for some situational awareness. .8. I want to get that to nav 2. 23.6 DME from the Mansfield VOR. Run up checklist. Okay, brakes are on. Fuel is on both. Trim is set for takeoff. Okay. Flight controls, we're down on the right, up on the left, down on the left, up on the right. Elevator and rudder. Instruments, everything looks good. Primer is in and locked. Yep, okay, mixture's in for best power. Let's get 1600 on the tack, brakes are on, let's hold it. Alright, give me a left mag. There's an RPM drop. Let's get back to both. Right mag, there's an RPM drop. Let's get back to both. Carpeet's gonna go on. RPM drop. Let's pull that power back. We want to stay running, even at idle with carpeet. Everything looks good there. 1600. Let's get carpet off. Okay, suction's in the green. Oil pressure, oil temperature look good. We've got good fuel flow. Everything's looking good there. I think we're good to go. Let's go ahead and bring our idle back. Check our throttle friction. That feels good. Okay, we're ready for takeoff. The runway looks clear. 28 final approach looks clear. Looks like I am clear for takeoff. Unicom, Morrow County traffic. Experimental 8033 Foxtrot is taking runway 28 left closed traffic. Morrow.
Approaching runway 28.
Let's grab that center line. We got a little bit of a wind. Put some wind correction here. Let's go full power. Put some rudder in. Maintain that center. Hold our wind correction in. Airspeed's building. Airspeed's building. Alright, she's ready to fly. Let's go neutral and then rotate. Alright, we have positive rate. We're going to climb out 80 miles per hour. I'm going to make a left crosswind at 1,800 feet, and that's 700 AGL. Lift my left wing, looks clear, let's roll it. Morrow County, experimental 033 Foxtrot, left crosswind, 28 Morrow. Pattern altitude here is 2,100 feet. So that's going to be our hard deck, 2,100. Alright, a good sight picture of the runway. Lift my left wing, looks clear, let's roll the downwind. Morrow County, experimental 8033 Foxtrot, left downwind, 28, touch and go, Morrow. Alright, pull some power back. Don't need to be going so fast in the pattern. We're about up midfield. So much better looking sight picture than one we tried to fly the other day. And here we are, beam the numbers. It is showtime. Let's get our power back to 1600, get that carpet on. And then once we're in the white arc, and we are, let's go ahead and grab 10 degrees of flaps. And we're going to pitch for 80 miles per hour. There's a 45, my left wing looks clear. Morrow County, experimental 8033 Foxtrot, left base 28, touch and go, Morrow. Okay, let's put another notch in. Let's put 20 degrees in. There we are. Let's trim for that. Alright, let me lift my left wing. Looks clear. Let's roll final. Runway looks clear. We are clear for our touch and go. Morrow County, experimental 033 Foxtrot, final approach, 28, touch and go, Morrow. No more than 30 degrees of bank in your patterns.
Short final runway 28.
Let's Put a little bit more flappers in there. Approach speed 70 miles per hour. Let's bring that down to about 65. Alright, runway is established. We are on the glide slope. A little more power, rest that sink rate. Let's pull the power, let's look all the way down the end of the runway, all the way down and transition, hold it. There we go. Power's in, carpeet's going off. Let's keep up forward pressure on that elevator. We got all those flaps in. She's wanting to go up. Keep that forward pressure in. Use the V of your hand. Keep that forward pressure in. 80 miles per hour. Let's go ahead and pull out 10 degrees of flaps. Pull the remaining flaps out. And don't forget you're trimmed for landing. Morrow County, Skyhawk 8033 Foxtrot, departure leg 28 Morrow. Alright, let's head to Mansfield. I'm going to lift my right wing, looks clear. We're going to make a right crosswind departure, get out of here. Let's go to the left. Alright, let's go ahead and swap over to Cleveland Center. We're not quite there yet. We'll hang out here in Unicom land for just a couple minutes. We're not quite in Cleveland Center until we're just north of Morrow County. I'm really liking seeing the snow. I am not gonna lie. It looks really, really cool. Accumulated snow, you can find it on the .org forum, free download. gonna have to figure out how to swap the 650 from GPS mode to localizer mode. But we want about a heading of about 028 to get to Mansfield. With my left wing, looks clear. Press CDI. I don't see CDI. And I see where it says GPS on the bottom here, but I don't see a button that says CDI. Unless I'm missing it somewhere. I see menu, message, back, zoom in, out, comm, standby, and transponder. See if Cleveland Center is still online before we try to make contact. And they are 125.425.
Walker 3564, time correction, descend and maintain about 1330.
Descend and maintain flight level 330, Walker 3564.
So the 2603 concert, correction, descend and maintain about 1330. Yep, we'll just put out
Need to turn some of this.
Center Delta 2603, what is the Mach for the aircraft we're going to get out? Sorry, just say it one more time. I guess what is the Mach for the aircraft? Based on the ground speed, it looks like you're about the same Mach, but I don't have his exact Mach. Gotcha, yeah. Okay, we'll just have 530 for 636.
Cleveland Center, experimental 8033 Foxtrot. Experimental type 172, 19 miles southwest of the Mansfield BOR. Direct to Mansfield to land with numbers.
For 8033 Foxtrot, where are you exactly?
We are 18 miles southwest of the Mansfield BOR. Mike Foxtrot Delta.
Roger, 8033 Foxtrot, you should be with, 1 second.
I should be
with, 48 on 119.87. Walker 3564, New York Center's online, ready service terminated, frequency change approved.
Yes, sir. Frequency change approved. Thank you for your control.
11987.
Night. And 401, so maintain total of 330. Delta 2565 Cleveland Center, hello.
Howdy.
Sir, unit 850, level 180, climbing 350.
Let's do some circles.
United 850 Cleveland Center, hello. Was United 850 calling? United 850 Cleveland Center, roger.
Cleveland Center, experimental 8033 Foxtrot, type experimental slant golf. We are 16 southwest of the Mansfield VOR, direct Mansfield to land with numbers.
Number 2, experimental aircraft landing to Mansfield can contact the Outer Cleveland Center 135.72.
135.72, experimental 8033 Foxtrot. Third time's a charm, maybe? From the map, press back, press default nav, press CDI.
Orbit 27, contact the
Default
approach
nav.
124.907 today.
Sweet, thanks.
124.907.
Thank you so much, WinTech. Appreciate it. Alright, we'll try this Cleveland Center. Cleveland Center, experimental 8033 Foxtrot, type experimental slant golf. We are 17 miles southwest of the Mansfield VOR, direct to Mansfield to land with the numbers.
Experimental 33 Foxtrot, you're still on the 48 frequency, contact 135.72 or the instant hit back to here.
Okay, you're the third controller I've talked to with Cleveland Center. They just sent me over to you from 132 or 135.72.
Okie dokie, give me 1 sec.
I just want to land. No.
Experimental Foxtrot, which runway would you prefer?
I'd take either runway 32 or 23, whatever's better for flows and best for winds right now.
Hey, experimental 33 Foxtrot, enter right downwind for runway 23 and wind at Mansfield 23010 gusts 20, altimeter 2998.
And to the right downwind for runway 23 and 998 altimeter, experimental 033 Foxtrot.
The 2565, contact Cleveland Center 125142, connect.
12542, Delta 2565, thanks, dude.
No, this is not active sky. We are using live weather with the accumulated snow plug-in.
97, contact Detroit approach 126.22, connect.
126.22, Delta 8950.
Alright, we need a heading of about 050 now. Alright, where are we at? 3,000 feet on the heading. Let's go ahead and tell you what, let's do some clearing turns and then we'll go ahead and do some maneuvers as we're making our way towards Mansfield. With my left wing, that looks clear. Let's go 90 degrees to the left.
1215, Cleveland.
Clear left, clear front, clear right. With my right wing, looks clear. Let's go 90 degrees to the right. Back on our original heading. Okay, let's roll out here. Clear right, clear front, clear left. Okay, steep turns. 2 of them, 45 degree steep turns. First to the left, and then to the right. Okay. Let's lift the left wing up. Looks clear. Alright, let's go ahead and put it in. 45 degrees. Put that trim in. Need to maintain this altitude throughout this maneuver. We need to roll out on our initial assigned heading, plus or minus 10 degrees. We're given plus or minus 100 feet for the maneuver. Okay, there's 180 degrees. Snap it out, and then back in the other direction, 45 degrees. Maintain 3,000 feet.
American 70-2087. Christian, contact Detroit approach 124.907 today. 124.907. Well, we're just freezing up a bit because of the airplanes coming in, but as soon as we stop freezing, which is now, we'll contact them at 134 decimal, can you say it again? 124.907, 2497, yeah, you are all good. 2497 for American 20 above.
Alright, coming up on our heading. Roll out about 10 degrees sooner, or you can just snap it, whatever you prefer.
Southwest 21,
But I think both of those turned out pretty good.
142, can I? 7 wind chill sign 342 was here, Southwest 2026. Number A033 Foxtrot, report turn base.
Could you please repeat for November 8033 Foxtrot?
Number 33 Foxtrot, report turn base.
Report the base turn, 8033 Foxtrot.
Cleveland Center, hello, Delta 2376, flight level 272, descending for 230 as DDO. 1376 Cleveland Center, hello, descend via the Hannibal 3 arrival, Metro altimeter 2988. Descend via the Hannibal 3 arrival for Delta 2376, thanks.
I like it. I'm not gonna lie, I like it.
Contact Detroit approach 126.22, can
I like it a lot. Once we finish everything off, it'll be great. I like it a lot.
Cleveland, good evening, JetBlue 62, flight level 250 to cross Hosta, flight level 190.
Okay, the 750 has the CDI on the main screen.
JetBlue
Got it.
62, Cleveland Center, hello, descend via the Victor's 2 arrival, Metro altimeter 2988. Alright, descend via the Victor's 2 arrival, 2988. Do you still need 190 at Hosta?
You know what we need to do?
Well, you can do it, no.
We need to ensure that our autopilot's working. Let's turn autopilot on. Let's set an altitude hold for 3,000. Okay, and then let's set a navigation hold. The navigator should put us on track to Mansfield. Caleb the trumpeter, welcome, hello, hope you're doing well. Welcome aboard, Felicity. My name's Michael, I'm your pilot.
Class Delta in 6.3 miles.
Here's up to 850, contact Cleveland Center 125.42 today. 2542, United 85 Joe.
Oh, she did she?
Cleveland Center, Blue Street 5560, checking in 260. Street 5560, Cleveland Center, hello. It's at 1215, contact Cleveland Center 125142, good night.
I can try my best to help you. I can't do it right now, but if you want to hop into the Discord, drop into the X-Plane software channel and let me know what's going on, and I'll see what I can do.
That's a 705, contact Detroit approach 126122, good night. 26.22, that's a 705, have a nice day, see you.
Alright, autopilot seems to be working. Give me my plane back. What time is it? Alright, this will work out great because once we land, we'll be able to I'll be able to test out the ELT, make sure it's working properly, because that should put us right about the top of the hour. Well, looks like we're about 5 miles out. We're 4.7 DME from the VOR, which isn't too far from the field. We were asked to report the right base for runway 23. That's what we're going to do. To be honest, I was kind of surprised that the controller asked me which runway I would prefer when I'm VFR. Going into a controlled field, normally they would just assign me one, so that's kind of interesting. Traffic volume must be low, whatever the case may be. Outside air temperature, 8 degrees Fahrenheit, minus 13 Celsius, that checks. Field's in sight, got it right over there. And we are to report the right base for runway 23. Field elevation at Mansfield is 1297.13. Pattern's going to be about 23. So let's go ahead and start dropping down there. Pull the power back, carpet on for our descent. Let's just trim for a nice easy descent down. Yeah, I'm honestly surprised Sparky sent someone over with a question about FSE because I don't use it. I mean, I can help anybody debug X-Plane, but I do not use FSE, so I really don't know what help I could be, but I'll take a look. WinTech, thank you for jumping in on that.
1477, checking in, passing the flight level 200 for 370.
Alright. 2300, this is pattern altitude. Let's go ahead and put some power back in here. Cockpit off for now. Let's just kinda hang out here. Lift my right wing.
Cleveland Center,
Looks clear.
9651, climbing to flight level 370. 9651, Cleveland Center, roger.
And then let's roll into a right base. Right wing looks clear.
Cleveland Center, Southwest 2333, level 36, flight level 360. Southwest 2333, Cleveland Center, hello. Delta 2376, contact detour approach 124.907, good night. 2497 for Delta 2376, have a good one, thanks.
Cleveland Center, experimental 8033 Foxtrot is on the right base, runway 23, Mansfield.
For 8033 Foxtrot, runway 23, clear to land Mansfield, wind now. 23015 gust 22, altimeter 2998.
Clear to land, runway 23, 2998, experimental 8033 Foxtrot, thank you. Carpeet's going on, power's coming out just a little bit, we're out of our green arc. Kind of my SOP, operating procedure, out of the green arc, I want my carpeet on. Okay, let's go ahead and lift up, let's roll into a final approach. We got some wind gusts, but luckily they're a headwind gust. So we're not going to have much of a crosswind component. From what I can tell, if wind's coming out at 230, we're landing runway 23. I will tell you right now that Mansfield does need some updating.
76, Cleveland Center.
There's been some taxiway changes, and I need to go in and update those, and we'll get it onto the scenery gateway, amongst all the other thousands of hundreds of airports that need done. But I do fly to Mansfield a lot, so getting this one updated is going to be a priority. Alright, we're on the final approach course, runway 23, current altitude 1900 feet.
23.
We're a little bit high on the glide slope,
500.
but that's alright. We got that headwind. Ground speed right now 74.
1231, flight level 300. Blue 1231, Cleveland Center, roger. Bullshit 15560, send me the bounce to arrival, metro altimeter 2988.
Alright, pull this power all the way out.
Soon by the bounce to arrival.
Put some flaps in.
Blue Street 5568. Cleveland Center, American 3014, flight level 380. American 3014, Cleveland Center, hello.
I know we had that significant headwind, so that's kind of why I held off just a bit on putting some flaps in. Approach speed 50 miles per hour. .37 along the ground. A little bit of power.
1477, expedite your climb to flight level 310, please.
Power.
Roger that,
Approaching
American
runway
147.
23.
Alright. Go all the way down the end of the runway.
6,700 feet remaining.
All the way down the end of the runway. Let's transition. Hold it. Try not to land our plane. Just let that speed bleed off. Butter, baby. Alright, so I'm going to have to move my frame rate counter over just a bit. I can do that in the plug-in. I'm going to have to...
Approaching runway 1432.
I'm going to have to move my FPS indicator as well.
Entered runway 1432.
Alright, taxiway Delta should be right up here.
American American 1477, amend that climb maintain 5 level 3, Christian climb maintain 5 level 290 for now for traffic.
Let's get across this hold short line here. Announce clear. Carpet off. Let's put our flaps up.
In Cleveland, Spirit Wing 370, descending through 30.5 for 300. Orange 370, Cleveland, send a hello, D70 the Hot Rod 2 arrival, Metro number 2988. 988, Hot Rod 2, Spirit Wing 370.
Cleveland Center, experimental 8033 Foxtrot is clear, runway 23, holding short on Delta, taxi parking.
Number 33 Foxtrot, taxi parking via Alpha, have a good night.
Parking via Alpha, thank you for your service, have a great evening. Alright, let's get over here, get a parking spot. What time is it?
Cleveland Center, Frontier
10 o'clock?
38 with you.
We can test.
300.
We can test our ELT. We have 5 minutes from the top of the hour.
Frontier Flight 3738, Cleveland Center, hello, D70 and Hot Rod 2, arrival, Metro, altimeter 2988.
We're just gonna check it right here
Arrival, Frontier 3738.
on the compass rose. Alright, compass rose, compass, east, east, looks good there, looks good there. Okay, alright. Okay, that looks good. Alright, let's get our avionics off. G5's going down. Make sure to lean. Lights off. Okay, we'll leave our beacon on for now. Set our parking brake. 10 o'clock. Alright. First ELT test. Here we go. Down this test, right? Okay, I think it's working. And just to make sure that we can actually transmit. Okay. ELT is good to go. Parking brake, beacon off, mags, master. Outstanding. Okay, let's get scooted back. Let me disconnect from BatSim. And BatSim's hopping tonight. Okay, close Xpilot. Okay, looks good. All right. A little bit of both, Mr. 26.2. This was still a test flight, but we did get a lot accomplished today. Parking brake is on, so let's head back to the hangar, kind of chit-chat for a few more minutes. Then I will have to say good night.
Sorry about that no sound thing. I forgot that I had to mute the desktop mic when we were in the cockpit there. But overall, I think everything went well today. Other than Cleveland Centers not knowing who I needed to talk to, I knew who I needed to talk to. I needed to talk to Cleveland Center, but Cleveland Centers, I had no idea who I needed to talk to of them initially. But we did get that worked out. We were able to get our landing clearance into Mansfield. I think that everything hardware-wise worked flawlessly today. I didn't run into any issues with any of the components, any of the navigation equipment, and I was honestly surprised that our ELT is actually working. I was kind of curious about that, but ELT is working. Did I need to put an ELT in it? No. Is it on my checklist though? Yeah. So did I want it in there? 100%. So, today we got a lot done. We got the new roof panel installed. Got all the, other than the back window, got displays set up. Got the seats bolted down, got the butt kickers all wired up. Got a lot accomplished today. And I know it was a long stream. So I do want to thank everyone for coming in and hanging out for a little bit, for a long time. Definitely was a pleasure. Tomorrow, celebrating my girlfriend's birthday. So I'm not sure if we'll be getting into anything tomorrow. The next step in this process is to, we got our roof panel in. We need to do our interior door panels, and we are going to be utilizing, doing the same concept. This was our original door panel. This is the back side of it. This is the front. But we're going to do the same thing. We're going to, it's going to need to be narrowed and shortened in this case. My hope, I'm going to reuse the hole that's already cut for the right size. So for this one, I'm going to have to complete, for the door panels, they're going to have to get stripped back down to the bare wood. We're not going to be able to leave any of the batting on and kind of cheat like we did with the top. This is all going to have to get stripped down. And then at that point, I'll be able to take this, we'll hold it up to the door, and I'll be able to make the outline and measurements so that we know how to trim this, these existing panels to fit our new door frames. So that's the plan for next, and then we'll take some vinyl and we'll vinylize. I like my new word, vinylize. The A-pillars, and we'll clean all that stuff up so that we're not seeing any of the wood. We're gonna wrap all that with vinyl. We'll put our door handles on. We'll get our sun visors installed. But I think today a lot was accomplished. So that being said, I do really want to thank everyone for coming in today. I do have quite a few thank yous to hand out. Again, I want to say thank you to Denoralize717 and Pilot11223344 who came in with those offline follows overnight. Appreciate that. Had a chance to talk with Pilot earlier for a bit in the stream. Excuse me. B Payne, couple gift subscriptions to the community, greatly appreciated. M Stein cheered a little bit earlier. For the first time ever, and I apologize because I wasn't sure how to actually respond or handle that. Well, we got a hype train started on the stream. That's never happened to me before, so that was pretty cool. M. Stein with a gift subscription to Dave Rendon. B. Payne, another gift subscription to Totally 78. Eric Flight came in with his raid earlier, and then new follow from Long Mahawks while we were flying. So, outstanding. Great stream today. Great accomplishments today. Got more done than I thought I was going to, so that's always a plus as well. So, all of that being said, I do want to wish you all a wonderful night. If I don't see you tomorrow, we will reconvene Monday evening for sure to continue on with some of the construction type stuff, putting some panels up. I want to get this back display in, and then I want to figure out a good mounting solution for the GoPro, because I mean it works there now, but once I put that back display in, then I'm gonna have that board that board is gonna be covering that much of the display. So I gotta figure out how and in what fashion I want to secure the GoPro to provide you guys with that visual. So yeah, that's it. Again, I do appreciate y'all coming in. Let's see who we can go and say hi to today. All right. This could be fun. This could be fun for you guys. I honestly didn't know that he was on Twitch, but we're going to go say hi to the Warthog Project. I know that he does a lot on YouTube, but I had no idea he streamed on Twitch. Never rated his channel before. He does have quite a few people watching, so hopefully y'all don't get lost in the raid and chatting. 63 viewers currently, but I am interested to check out the channel myself. So let's head over there to the Warthog Project, and until you and I see each other next, y'all take care, stay safe, take care of each other, and have a wonderful time in between. We will see you next time. Have a great night.